Watch out, guys. There may be some spoilers on this one.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Okay. I feel like the voice acting and the lips moving are just so poorly synced up. This is insane. Alright. Gonna spam clicks with my eyes closed. What do we end up on? Is that man or female? I think that's female. Spamming clicks.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Oh shit, there are like bonuses to my answers here. I was searching for ancient ruins. Covert mission. I get a firearm, but only 10 bullets. There's no way to get more. Fugitive. 25% fast while sprinting. My instinct, my first instinct, is that this game is not on the proper scale right now. No. My first instinct was I was on the run for the law because I thought that was the funniest. 25% faster move speed seems alright. Increased pain threshold.
Really? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want to know. Oh, come on. In your state, I could drop you on your butt and drag you right back into that river if I wanted to. Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you said that. But you owe me, and I need a favor. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here.
What?
No matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
I don't really need any questions, but they're gonna make me ask them.
Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
He's
the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
That's all.
Great.
I don't care.
So you're ready to go look for Al?
I'm in.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Flashlight. Heavy duty battery powered. You sure you don't need this, lady? Do we know her name yet? Oh boy, what is that frame rate? Doesn't have a battery meter on it anywhere. I've entered the ruins. Search for clues. Okay, look for lit torches, and that's where Al will be. Left trigger. Sprint. Oh, left trigger. There's a zoom in. Left button. Left trigger is sprint. Okay. Wonder if I've got a meter on that. How long I could sprint for.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost.
Oh my god. Definitely some lag spikes on this game.
Except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place."
Is it supposed to be the shadow from my
Could an underground
flashlight?
city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation. Or a warning. Al Worth.
Quite nice looking at the moment, I have to say. An ancient Roman mosaic depicting a godlike figure turning a man into gold. Pretty cool. A lot of golden people here. Oh, I can knock it over. If it was actually made of gold, it would be way too heavy for me to knock over in this fashion, right? Must be completely hollow or something. Some weird kind of lag moments as I'm going through doors. A Roman woman that looks like she was begging for her life. What's up with those teeth, dude? Most of these statues are not in like traditional poses where they're looking regal or cool. They're looking like they're cowards or getting attacked or something, you know? Use F5 to quick save. F9 to quick load. Yes, he wants a military commander. He's trying to scramble away. A legionary in a state of terror. What's causing all these Romans to be so scared? Dude, I run fast as a prisoner, or as a criminal, or whatever. That's sick. Follow Al's trail. Good for my puzzle solving strats as well.
I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right, and I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now, and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
So Al's gone. We could go back and report that to the fair maiden, but instead we are going to go through the door like every other fool. Step through the doorway to the past. Use left and right buttons to flashlight. What was the other one? Damn, my computer's too fast. I can't even read the load screen tips. Oh shit, we're back in this place, but not when it's all destroyed.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange.
Latin?
Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? No idea what you're talking about.
Came from the future.
Wait, are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
What a friendly guy.
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? But listen, most folks seem
Go for
a
a good
bit
lie.
confused when they get here, but you seem very lost. and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you.
Good.
Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see,
See
we've
the
got a
magistrate.
nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend?
Oh.
Galerius?
Keep it
Thought
in
I was
your
a woman.
loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
Oh,
That pompous
my God.
old boar won't be magistrate for
God.
much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The
Yeah,
bloodless
right.
shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm.
The
If you've got a
chasm.
weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
Damn.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. Follow me.
All right.
The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
So I believe this was originally like a Skyrim mod or something. This game. It kind of explains those kind of cutscenes when they're talking to you, like this. Like these real tight
We're finally alone.
cutscenes. I think.
I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood? Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. In good time,
More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
I feel like the voice dialogue is a little bit low compared to how loud the crackling of the torches are, right? Providing light.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin,
Oh my god.
every last one of us will die.
That's
You
the
see,
golden rule, eh?
The builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured.
Ooh.
I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Yeah, what counts as a
Intelligent
sin?
question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper as Rome
Blah,
has
blah,
for
blah.
centuries.
What is legal isn't moral.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. I have made my pronouncement.
Say my mistake.
Unfortunately,
on.
there are still those here who resist. whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were
you.
Do you ever stare at a problem
suspects.
for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Fair.
What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
I'll say fair. I don't want to know his opinion. I want us to be able to come to our own opinions about who's going to commit the crime.
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable.
Unfathomable.
Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well,
do my
I suppose
best.
That's all I can ask for.
Alright, that'll do.
Good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Yes.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Lucretia, alright. So we'll prioritize the new quest. Sweet. Alright, settings. Audio. Voice up 5. Effects and ambience down by 5. Just tweak the levels a little bit. Hey, Potter's mom. Thanks so much for the gifted sub, brother. you doing? Played some Forbidden City today. Haven't played really like mini games since Co 3 came out, like other games, you know. So
This place has become a thoroughfare. Oh, I wish Horatius
on
would
the
stop
list
letting
for a while.
barbarians in here. What do you want?
plus I had my guide about indirect fire come out. I was kind of just wanted a break from Company of Heroes after working so hard on that, you know. What's
I'm
your
Cynthia,
story?
Eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Damn.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch?
Your sister's missing?
Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Didn't expect to dive right into the mystery this early on. Sister's missing.
That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy.
In love.
In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from
Creeping
me.
round, eh?
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually.
Arranged marriage.
And even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thank you.
Let's do that one first, eh? Since it's right here. And then we'll have a look at whatever that other guy told us to look at. This is the classic, you know, you pick up an object and then you look around it for clues. Scintilla to Cynthius and Cynthia. May Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I am sorry to have to leave you this way. But I have found a way to escape, and I must take it. Alright, I got a note from her. She did escape. Can't see any clues on this brass mirror. Vial. Perfume. Perfume. Chest. Oh, okay. No, I don't know anything about this game, really. I remember somebody recommended it to me maybe like 9 months ago. I chucked it on my wish list. Picked it up quite a while ago. On a Steam sale, I think. And forgot about it until now. Hey, Sunshine. Are we going to steal? Or are we going to leave it alone? Yeah, apparently this was originally a Skyrim mod. It got made into a game. So I think that's why it's so similar to Skyrim. I've never actually played Skyrim personally, which is... you might find interesting to know, but... played a little bit of Oblivion, which was the one before Skyrim, and I didn't really like it that much. So I never bothered with Skyrim. Here's the why.
What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but
Blind.
Well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Centilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Quest tracking. To see the objective markers, click the eye icon. Ask Lulia. In the villa next door. Where's that?
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
No.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine myself enjoying Skyrim. You know, Oblivion was a very long time ago. That was when I was still
What were you two talking about?
in high school, you know? So ages ago. Half a lifetime ago kind of thing, you know?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
Ooh.
And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
So, is this the golden sin or whatever? It's going to be some tomfoolery around the election.
Good. Then stay out of it. Can't hurt.
Let's ask this lad some questions.
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
I like how his helmet's kind of like phasing into his shoulder armor. It's a classic touch.
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
Gladiator.
Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight.
Victory speech,
Left
eh?
with strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Alright.
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
Yeah, he was doing push-ups. That's how you know he's a gladiator, you know? What do you want?
Dunno. Something good.
Alright.
Just make it good.
I'll be going now.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Quite like this guy's voice acting. Whatever. He's good. He's good. Is this the villa next door? Lulio or whatever. That's where I'm supposed to be going. But I can't open it. They did a good job with his voice actor, whoever it was. I approve. Dead end, huh? So I managed to jump up here. Alright. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going next, but we'll muddle our way through here. So I guess this is some kind of detective game.
Citizen.
More than a puzzle game. See, that's what everybody looks like in the future. All out of gold. Combination of Midas and Medusa curse. Definitely a few stutters in this game, which is unusual. Take a loaf of bread. It's not stealing if you just take it, you know. Couple of loaves. A mill. Alright, I got 2 loaves of bread. Maybe the gladiator wants that as a bribe. How come nobody's talking about these golden statues? And they talk about the golden rule. He's busy. He doesn't. He doesn't look busy to me, but all right. I'll allow it.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
Shopping list. Things to buy once I've escaped.
But why?
More people want to escape?
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Obtain a bow. So, a villa, 2-horse chariot, seat on the Senate, 4-horse chariot, villa on the Bay of Naples, I guess, 10-horse chariot, 12 slave girls, pale and plump. Okay. You like some thick, you know? Back then, pale was all the rage, you know? I'd be a prime candidate for that. Pale but not plump. Small household shrine. Now he's not busy.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Yes, here.
Right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You gotta choose the girl here, mate. Come on.
The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
So, seems like he might be trying to steal some stuff and do some sins or whatever, turn everyone into gold.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Certainly. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Okay. Old Decius wants a bow.
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Very well. Another time.
Alright, so we need a bow.
Make sure you stay away from that empty shrine. It's going to collapse at any moment. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day,
Virgil.
friend. What with Julia's death?
Julia.
I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect.
Architect.
Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
I could hear about the history.
I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Let's hear about the bluff.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to?
Ooh.
And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
Okay, so that's what we probably have to do.
Of course.
Sneak in to get the gold.
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad.
What?
Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
Could you imagine? I don't know. Yeah, alright. Imagine you're just like walking along, just not paying attention. You trip over, you know, it's a small mistake. And then you just turn into gold. Okay, who are you gonna vote for?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Why do we keep asking people about their votes? I don't even know why I'm trying to swing people back to whatever that other guy's name is.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem
Sentius.
with my preference for male company.
Oh, damn.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Didn't... maybe that was Greek. Didn't some of those like ancient philosophers think that they could like pass down their knowledge to the younger generation by doing some things?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone
Always good
so
to just
selfless.
add these
I'm
options
glad
to your
you
quest
arrived
log,
when
you know?
did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
I'll get on it, or I'll see what I can do. I kind of wanted to...
Come back and let me know what you find.
go to that woman's house or whatever. Is that alright while we're here?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share.
Guarded by the
I cannot
gladiator.
wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
How do you get out of here?
Not so loud. What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me.
A long story. All right.
It is a long story. Aha, you are witty. I like that. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Got it. Don't escape by a ladder through the bathhouse. Understood.
This is troubling, is it not? I am afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Fabia. Okay, ask Fabia. Who are you voting
that,
for?
my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for
Oh,
my
damn, Melius
I do not enjoy the thought of
is a
another
hot favorite at the moment.
if I voted the wrong way. But of course.
Alright.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Good enough. Hey, new human old cell. Yeah, a lot of world building. I guess they really want you to get captivated by the story. Ask Fabia, who's threatening Virgil. That's Georgius. Pretty sure this person here was highlighted as well.
Salve.
That's Decius again.
Ah, back again, I see.
Do you have any
I
idea?
don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Alright.
I mean, how did I end up? Suit yourself. Very well. Another.
Translate. The thief stole my purse, and I did not get to finish writing this. Oh, 36M this way. Alright, I need to refill my drink. Off to a promising start, you know, some intrigue, some stories. So yeah, I'll be back. Just need to fill up. Back in a minute or two. Man, I was wondering to myself, like, how long is this game? Because I feel like I'll have trouble keeping track of all these different characters, you know? If I have to do it over, like, the course of 4 streams or something.
A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not?
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
No.
What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Right, the bakery. Not the shrine. And we're going into the baths. Now, we have gone way off track. Initially, I wanted to go into the villa to talk about the sister's escape or whatever, and now we're investigating some graffiti on a gay person's store.
Stop
and
right there.
fighting somebody
I'm
with a
looking for
bow.
Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
What do you reckon, chat? All right, we'll get some people in here. I don't know or lie. Let's get the wisdom of the crowds in here. Personally, I'm leaning towards lie. Got some lies in the chat. Alright, we're going with lie. And now.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our
Got some
paths
scars on his face, this lad. Should we follow him? This is... Did the other guy want a crossbow or just a regular bow?
Curse you, cultist.
Was that a sin? Lying to this guy so that he would die? Emperor Nero has ordered the execution of a cultist named Quinctius with different colored eyes. Different colored eyes. Have we encountered anybody like that so far? I don't think so. Find Quinctius. Okay. Guess we go to the bakery. Is where we got some bread before. This is it over here. Is the bakery? No. It's the next one across.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's plan, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
It's like classic Skyrim, right?
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? Well, between you and me, I found an old scroll from years ago, hastily written, in which the author claimed something extraordinary and terrifying. He wrote that when the golden rule is broken, statues spring to life all over the city, wielding golden bows and begin firing golden arrows at the inhabitants. Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I mean, if you've got infinite gold, why is it valuable anymore? That's the big question. And I feel like, second off, this guy seems like a bit of a snake and he's going to double cross me. I'm tempted to go for the middle option here.
I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Well, we'll go with interested. I want to keep my options open, you know?
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
No.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Yeah, I got during like this time of year, like the sun starts coming like right into my eyes. There's like a slight gap in my blinds. Makes things a little bit awkward. Right, sit over to the side a bit more.
When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
I mean, there's a difference between giving fire to mankind and getting a golden bow to make yourself rich, right?
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you.
That's all the questions I had.
So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. Are they just saying like, hey, if you're a coward, don't do this one, guys. Just don't do this one. It feels like they're taunting me into accepting this quest or side quest or whatever it is. Feels like the game is taunting me by adding that tip.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand
I
over your
accept
bow,
the
I can
taunt
get started
and the
applying a layer
challenge.
of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
I can't believe we're doing this entire thing through the wall. This entire conversation.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Is this the bakery now? I mean, this definitely looks like the bakery.
You took care of
Why
him.
was she cleaning the bakery?
An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
I definitely feel like lying about this. I didn't know. There was a whisper. How was I supposed to know the whisper was telling the truth? So I feel like it's not even a lie, personally. I feel like this is just the truth.
Really? Then how? Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome.
Looks
I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before.
like
Need anything?
the woman who sent us into this whole charade, who had the boat, who told us to look for Al at the start of the game. She has like the exact same face, right? What's your story?
There's not much to tell.
Fabia?
I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
Okay, she bakes bread, but why was she in the bathhouse?
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked.
Oh, those
In the
damn
end,
sacrifices.
They decided I'd do better
They
outside
never work.
the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
There you are.
It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that construction guy said that there were a bunch of things that were falling down, but I mean, that's not the same as the whisper, right?
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside.
The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I popped my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people, Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
It does help.
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. All right. Thanks again for
pretty good voice acting in this, I have to say. I appreciate that. And reasonably compelling story. Alright, are we going to try do the old switcheroo with the bow this early on into the game? Didn't we have to extinguish these braziers or whatever? Alright, extinguished the braziers, swapped out the bow.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it.
No.
A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? I do love a good loot.
What a snake.
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
Well, I mean, whatever I'm doing, these are both no options, right? I feel like he's...
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather
hornet's
aggressive
nest?
toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Okay. Am I supposed to kill the hornet's nest with the bow? Or something? Oh shit. I'm trying to stay next to the fire because I thought this would not cause me to get stinged up. There's still a lot of hornets there. Am I still at 3/4 life, or am I at a quarter life? That's the big question. So that fell onto the ground. Now what am I doing? I think that means I just took another hit and now I'm at like 90%. Okay, well, I'm kind of stuck here, aren't I? It didn't help me bust through this. Okay, there's clearly some kind of loading screen. But that worked out well. I just ran through and fell down the gap here. It's really dark down here though. Kind of hard to see. Hope you guys are all watching in a dark place. Not in your life, but just, you know. Not a very well lit room at least. Damn, now the lights followed me across. Maybe I can switch back over to the side, away from the light again. Swimming through the algae. Oh, the algae I have to shoot at to make it a golden. L3 to crouch.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again.
Whisper.
And turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Interesting. Original Skyrim bug textures? Yeah, probably. As I said, I believe this was originally a Skyrim mod. I guess they got licensing from Bethesda or whatever to make this into a standalone game. This is not the sharpest pathfinding I've ever, or platforming that I've ever played. It's alright, it's cool. Oh, do you think I can open up that, Yep. Get some more arrows. Nice. I don't know if I, told you guys, but I got a new monitor. And my new monitor has HDR capabilities, you know? I'm kind of looking for a game to play in HDR. I don't know if you guys have any suggestions. If you guys have HDR capabilities yourself. So far, you know, I got this new monitor. I haven't really used any HDR at all. So, thinking I should try and make an effort. I was playing a bit of Metro Exodus, which apparently has like fake HDR or something, but I couldn't seem to enable it on my settings. Maybe it's only available to enable HDR on PlayStation 5 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I've been playing Metro a little bit. Since I got my new graphics card and wanted to try out what ray tracing's all about, you know? Since that gets such a big amount of hype. Ray tracing, but I don't think I really notice much of a difference, if I'm honest. Between ray tracing and baked-in lighting. Fuck. Okay, well I died. Continue from last save. I didn't save for a very long time. Are there any auto saves? Into this corridor. Okay, it's a reasonable place. Through here, you've...
Supposed to be.
Peeled statue. You have your bow? Yeah, I mean, I thought I tried to shoot at that earlier. Interesting how they peel, but they've still got some boobs. How much peeling do they really do? I'm just saying. I have my bow. Okay, so I can kill them, but it requires 2 arrows, perhaps? Headshot? Headshot can get them in 1, okay. Hey, nice. We helped all these people. That's good of us, wasn't it? Good thing we picked up those extra arrows earlier. Yeah, I thought I shot an arrow at that first one, which maybe I did. But then I didn't realize that there were like loads of these guys that were trying to attack me or whatever. Interesting. I turned this golden, but how did that help me? Don't know. Oh, this way. It doesn't look like there's any other way, so... What happens if I jump here? Even though there's a bunch of spikes, I'm not hurting myself. Okay. This way. Couple arrows. Nice. This way. So you think they gave me 2 arrows just so I could like complete this section here? Probably, right? Just in case you wasted all your arrows. Missing those earlier shots, but you know me. FPS expert. You don't have to worry about that with me. That didn't happen. Just saying, it didn't happen. Everybody knows, like, Tightrope, he is an FPS expert, you know? Nobody in the world has better aim than Tightrope. I think that's like one of the established things. Like Shroud? Who even is Shroud in reality? Nobody knows that guy for FPS. Tightrope. He's the #1 FPS player in the world. It's true. Better aim than KOTOR conscripts, that's true. Well, maybe not like latter day KOTOR conscripts, since they got that. I don't know if you remember this is going way back in the patch notes, but conscripts used to do, I think it was 16 damage per hit, but had really bad accuracy, and they got changed to maybe, is it 12 damage per hit? And high accuracy, so they had more consistent damage. They were less RNG, but basically the same DPS overall. So maybe like old school conscripts, you know? But not current day conscripts. $50 all day. See, Joshy, I knew somebody I knew if I played any other game except for Company of Heroes, somebody would come into my chat and say that. I knew it. Thanks for proving my rule, you know? Like if I play any other game except for Company of Heroes in the first month of Code 3 existing, it must suck, right? That's your premise? Couldn't be that I played Company of Heroes for like 9 years and occasionally like to play other games. What's the crouch button? What's the crouch button? L3? Okay.
Kill me.
Get out of here. But that's alright. I expected that, you know, I expected one person to come in with that take. Can't disagree with you. Well, the thing is, you know, I don't make a living playing Company of Heroes 3 on Twitch. So you know. Okay, it seems like we're on the other side of that door that we were at earlier. Pretty low on health though after all those zombie dudes attacking me. Thought hitting that jug would do something. Apparently not. Apparently hitting a jug does 0 things. Yeah, I noticed that an arrow, but I seem to be... I suppose I have to like lure them onto the algae and then shoot the algae at that timing or something. Like, the problem is they seem to, like these zombie kind of guys seem to appear after I've already shot the algae, you know? So then I just have to fucking do it the old-fashioned way.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names,
big story.
And tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
So she was peeling the gold off the golden statues? And that's why they are now golden skeletons instead of proper statues. That's kind of grim. Why did she leave the booze behind every time? You know? What's up with that? Track them. Silken to gold. So I think I'm supposed to trap them so they can't come out here, right? Silk into gold. Oh, they sneaked out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Any treasures back here for my efforts? Doesn't look like it. Good thing I'm stacked up on arrows. Thanks for pointing the way there, buddy. What a kind statue that guy is. Kind of interesting. Like, when was this game released? Because when did it become popular for games to light what you're supposed to shoot at or supposed to climb on? Like, you know how all games these days have like that kind of white markings on where you're supposed to climb across? When did that become popular? Smell your finger jokes? pull your finger? Smell your finger or pull your finger? Smell my finger? Two different jokes, maybe relatively similar overall.
I just want to die. Make it stop. Help us.
Help us.
Kill us.
Alright, we'll bait them over here.
Kill me.
So I have to shoot a bunch of arrows at them and then I'll just...
Please.
See ya.
Stop. You.
Try to step to this? What are you gonna do?
Just want to die.
Stupid statue. Your big boobs.
Just want to die. Help us.
Help us.
You.
Oh. Get out of here. Damn, I'm stacked with arrows now. Quick save area. Don't break the golden curtains. Can you break them by kicking them? Oh, look at that headshot. FPS tightrope in the building, right there. Is there any way to disarm my bow without shooting it after I've taken aim like that?
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated, my beloved Galatea. My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian my beloved Galatea. My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian
Yeah, restarts. That was a big mistake.
Drilling through the gold that encased
basically, it's not going too well.
It
does not care about their suffering. Pressed on, kept stripping off the gold.
Unfortunately,
free them
alloy seems to have fused
of
with
most of their body.
So removing it exposed the sinew
and their first act was to lunge for your throat, trying to kill them.
Expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet somehow it did not. It seems
and you lock them into an isolated wing of the palace.
Does not care about their suffering.
Other experiments are similar results.
Undeterred, I pressed on.
And now the palace is too dangerous to work in.
Attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could.
And I'm not going to ungild this person because it could backfire.
When I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength.
Read the tip.
And those sharp metal talons.
Yeah, I know the monologue still plays, but
whatever possessed Iodame to attack,
it's fine.
She was clearly not a suitable
it's good to have the scroll open for quite a long time for the viewers, I think, you know? Because I might be talking over it, and it's just easier to read it on screen while the scroll's up there, in my opinion.
And launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results. And after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to unwind you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back.
There you go, boys.
In both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved.
Some more arrows.
One day we will be together. Even if I have to free every last statue in this God's forsaken place.
Thank you. Oh! I thought I did an arrow down here to...
Help me.
Maybe not. Yeah, it kind of reminds me a lot of like the Code 2 bodies on the ground spinning around, right? True. Oof, straight in the headshot. Got those shotgun skills, you know? Got that clutch aim in close. I mean, I used to quite enjoy playing shotguns and Counter-Strike back in the old days. I remember we used to have a strategy, me and the boys, where two of us would go mag 7s and hide in like all the tunnels in Dust 2 as counter-terrorists. Mag 7 Heaven is what it was called. Great strat. we had some classic strats. Anyway, I need to go refill my drink. I'll regale you on the tales of my Counter-Strike strategies a bit more once I freshly renewed. Yeah, we had another strategy also on Dust 2, but as terrorists. Also going to be called Smoky Bacon, where we would all go B and just throw a crazy amount of smokes into B and then just go into B, and it almost never worked, dude. Because you had to run through that little corridor, you know? Or somehow get through that corridor without just getting shot to bits. And they could just like pop shots into the corridor, and it was a very low percentage strategy, but Smoky Bacon, one of the all-time best Counter-Strike tactics. Navia?
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Oh my god. Three options here, guys. If you attack me, we'll both end up encased in gold. This has nothing to do with me. Good luck with that, draw golden bow. My first instinct was top option. My second, good luck with that. Third, nothing to do with me.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me.
She's
as long as
deranged.
you get what you deserve. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before I jam this blade into your throat? What? How? That's impossible. You're trying to intimidate me.
Are we gonna give her a way out of this one?
Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Alright. Am I supposed to...
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, What can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens
Shrine
a
of
chest in the
Apollo.
Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
Shrine of Apollo. I don't know if we've encountered that yet.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
This is where we're supposed to be going through, right? Nice loading screen there. There's like a zip line kind of thing up here. Oh, that didn't die jumping out of there. Oh, there were some steps down to over there. That's alright. You didn't need those anyway. Survived the jump nicely. Some arrows stacked up on arrows nicely now. Don't run next to the fire is another important tidbit. Shrine of Apollo, eh? Leeds. Locked villa. Figure out what happened to Scintilla. Okay, we go to Dying Grasp, eh? Because we want to go to Shrine of Apollo to get treasure anyway. And there's a quest there, so 2 birds, 1 stone.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her.
or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Black eyes?
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Is that some kind of swear word they censored for us there? Genetricum fututor?
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
There's some chest in here or something that I could open.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Aha. Treatment notes. Flatulence is rhubarb. Ulcers. Genitinae. Stomach pain. Glycoria. Rheumatism with willow bark, and boils is aloe.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Okay. Persuade Odysseus to hand over the resin. This old snake, what's he gonna do? Because he locked me in that temple. Where is this guy? Can't see anything right now. How do I turn on my flashlight? Oh, there it is. Well, I tried to get to this Odysseus guy, but I seem to have come
Greetings and salutations.
along a very unusual path. How do we get to old Odysseus? You guys know?
You,
Horatius?
attack
Looking a bit
or
troubled
pursue
there.
the stone, and
no sign of
always
scintilla.
return.
I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Hello there, partner. I'm glad
what
you're
I
here.
hear,
I think
nobody's
there might have been
saw it
some
Anyway, I
confusion
thought
about
you
my little
stoics
practical
weren't
joke
supposed to
earlier.
worry about
You
things
see,
you
my
can't
plan was to
control.
give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
waiting to be found.
Sounds like
No,
a torture.
there's no need for threats.
Leave that for the gods. Try to
Yeah,
relax.
well,
Get some
I
rest.
don't have to listen to this.
Tomorrow's
Get
a new
lost.
day.
I suppose you're
Don't
right.
even talk to me. Don't even talk to me.
Well, it's hard to persuade him if he's
it's you again. Hope you're settling
not
in,
going to
friend.
talk to me, isn't
Now,
it?
What's on your mind? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
Like to talk to his back, the back of the head. That's when you're really communicating with somebody, you know?
Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. All right, see you around.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Oh, this could be one of the 3 bigots who doesn't like that gay dude, right?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Same way as everyone else. Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm.
Going to have to improvise now, eh?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. None of your business. In Troite ipsum conventiula. If we have to. No idea what you're talking about?
Alright, here we go. We've got a choice here, chat. Bluff him or fair enough. Personally, I'm leaning towards bluff. New human saying bluff as well.
Yeah? Prove it.
Okay.
Malleolus. Not sure I trust Sentius.
Damn, dude. All these people
without sin.
hate Sentius because his daughter disappeared or whatever.
No. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? Whatever.
Alright, well this guy's... Oops. Not very much help, is he?
Wow.
Don't you
Isn't
just
that
love
a big
springtime?
long bow? Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued.
Bit of intrigue here, eh?
There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
Manticore. It's a manticore.
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to...
Damn, she shut me down. Oh, chat. Oh, heartbroken. Just like that, my hopes of love dashed with the beautiful innkeeper. Do you know what though? I was actually downloading my games from Humble Bundle from last month, and there is like this dating game which I thought will maybe be quite funny to play on stream. It's not like one of those anime ones. It's like a one that has like actual actors. I don't know. Seemed like it would be a laugh, but not quite as funny as that. That one that's quite famous for being on Twitch. This is like a completely different one that I think was created over the course of COVID lockdown. Nah, it's not Super Seducer. That's the one that I was thinking about that's more famous on Twitch. I'll tab out and I'll see if I can find it here. 5 Dates is what it's called. Need to crack open my window, it's getting way too hot in here. You might get a bit of road noise coming in now though. But yeah, I thought it would be maybe a bit of a laugh to play it on stream, so I chose to download it. Anyway,
Certainly, for 10 denarii.
yeah, I mean,
Have you
let's
met
do it.
Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair.
What a shame. How many... Let's do another one.
That if Malleolus is elected, he's going to throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like. Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Oh, she's shutting us down real hard.
You know, normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out.
Ooh.
I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say,
1,000?
1,000 denarii to you? Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now.
Yes, that's a good point. That cup is probably pretty clean by now.
I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that.
She's got a cup there, Royd Sauce.
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
That's it. I can't.
What's the matter? Can't afford it? Well,
No, I can't afford it.
Perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on occasion. All right. See ya.
See ya. Oh. He disappeared. The guy that I was trying to get information out of. What was I doing? Try to persuade Decius to hand over the Scythium resin. He's gapped it. Yeah, I'm not gonna steal. I'll be a good boy. Come on, there's this wall here where I shine it with my flashlight. It just kind of vanishes. Maybe that's just Skyrim lighting. Ruffius's chest. This is your final warning, sinner. Ruffius. Ruffius is... Was that the guy that I met in the tavern before with the armor on? That I tried to accuse and he's like, ah, nah. It's not me. I think it is, right? Kabash to Kabash. I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having. She said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there. As always.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Run? Follow Sentius back to the shrine and use his portal again. What the hell are these? Statues colourful, but nothing else is. Looper. Follow Sentius back to the shrine and use his portal again.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? I don't.
Oh, so the time loop starts here, right?
I've seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Oh, zipline, heyo.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry,
Coward.
It's completely safe. Probably. Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I don't even know what I'm telling him to do right now. Try to persuade Decius to hold over the reason. Persuade Rufus to stop threatening Virgil. That's probably what we want to do first, right? Let's try that one out first. Are you supposed to read if people are lying based on the eye movement? I don't know. That's a. I wasn't really paying attention to detail, but it's not a bad idea.
Name's Rufus. Better watch your step. I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people. Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like this game is so old now. It would have happened before COVID happened. But maybe they added this as like a post-humus thing. Post-release prompt.
Of course I am. Whatever. Imbecile!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What did that do?
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
It's me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again?
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
You got me now, buddy, alright? We're gonna solve this together.
How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabant. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ending 1 of 4. How many might have survived if you hadn't killed Sentius in cold blood? So I got one ending now. Okay. There we go. One ending down. Let's continue the Forgotten City. What today?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. Of course I am. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? Whatever.
Oh, now. These birds, I don't know where they are, but they are going ballistic. Running a bit choppy, isn't it? This is the point of interest. Oh, triangle. I forgot the controls. Persuade Rufus to stop threatening Virgil. Is this Rufus?
You again.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
What you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
I think I'm going to just ask you nicely to stop threatening him.
And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination. His presence here is a threat to us all. Well,
I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem. Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... you know.
Oh shit. Is he in love? Are you uncomfortable with your feelings toward him?
I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you.
Oh, we're gonna keep going. Let's go.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again.
Well, I don't know if I managed to persuade him.
I have nothing to say to you, Kaput Mada.
So we don't seem to have succeeded in this quest. What else have we got? Ask Lulia about Scintilla's escape. Try to persuade Decius to hand over the silphium resin. Okay, well, let's do that one.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
Ooh, A or B? Do we... You'd never believe me if I told you, or are we gonna tell him about what actually happened?
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic.
Dude, these birds, I have to turn these birds down. I don't know if this was like a bug loading into the game, but these birds are way too loud. Drowning out the dialogue of these lads.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
Ooh, steel job, eh?
Very well. Another time.
Think if I steal this, it's going to reset the time? Only one way to find out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Do it! Kill me!
Do I have a run button? I do. Last time I killed this guy. That's how I got the first ending. Sneak into his portal right quick.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
We need the voices a little bit higher. Ambience a little lower. Okay, I'm healed back up to full now, it looks like somehow. Oh. But I've got the... Have I got the resin in my hands already? Nice. Okay. So I stole the resin and I
Ixion turn.
travel back in time. But I still have the resin.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this.
Yulia, is it?
Let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Yeah, you know.
Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. Oh no. Sorry. I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and She went a little mad.
That's from the castle thing that I explored already.
Anything about what?
Took all the golden flesh off them.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
Oh, come on.
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Gladly.
Let's talk about something else.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine.
Don't get sick.
A city without sin might
Good advice.
sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Sure. What do you want to know? How did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the only way out. A few times, but nothing more than that, I'm afraid. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly.
Right, well, that's pretty much all.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Alright. So we've done that quest now. Gotta make Malleus drop out. Let's do Pandora's box. No marker on the map for this. So I'm blind. Maybe we can't do that. Figure out how to get into Malleus's villa. So Yulia's recovering from the poison, then we can ask about that. In the meantime, I wonder if we can do this again. Can convince this lad to stop.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
Try some different dialogue options this time around. I think we go to here and then we alternate from here.
The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination.
Can I skip this?
His presence here is a threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
No, can't skip it.
Well, I
Oh!
wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so...
Oops.
You know. None of your business, kaput merda. Smart. Now get lost. We're done talking. I have nothing to say to you, kaput
Oh,
merda.
really? That's it? Even if I just stop talking to him, he still just doesn't want to talk to me ever again. Alright. Let's figure out how to get into Malleus's villa.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
How do I get out my bow? Alright, we're in.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on eggshells. Yes. No more shall you walk on. Simply delivered to you because tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. Yes. From my first hand.
I don't see any way I can crouch.
I hereby announce a day of celebration. I hereby announce a day of celebration.
It's L3. Okay, well, what is my thing? Dig out some dirt on Malleus. Don't mind me, you just exploring your house, buddy. Looking for some dirt. Note. Ulpius to his lost love. May God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you my life is meaningless. I only hope we can meet again in Gan Eden. Don't think I know who Ulpius is. Note from Lulia. Lulia to her captors Melius and Claudia, curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in debt bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all of eternity. Well, she wasn't very happy about whatever was going on. Tried to kill herself. Nothing to read here. Oh, upstairs though. Sneaky missions. Locked door with a woman crying behind it. I think that's a woman. Think. What do you guys think?
Thank you.
Well, how am I going to do this? I've sneaked my way in here, but I seem to be at a bit of a dead end now. Guess we can just come and have a talk to old.
And now I make this solemn promise to.
Melius?
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb
Oh,
to see
okay.
me?
He wants to talk.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
One green eye, one blue eye.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
All right. Oh boy, are we going to nail him?
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission.
No,
Wait,
it's real.
don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
What makes you sure it's not real?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Oof, okay, we got some wordy options here. I'm reliving the same day over and over again. What would it take you to prove it? Okay. And even if I can't prove it, I'm going to go for the top option here.
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down.
Oh, this guy, he's a tough customer.
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
This guy is a piece of work.
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. Are you insane? You barge into my villa, uninvited, and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule.
Going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiatorial combat.
How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
So we need to dig up some dirt on this lad to make him pull out of the election. How do we get out of here, by the way?
Still here?
Not by choice. Maybe the doors will be open now? No. How do I get out?
Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
How do you guys reckon I get out of here? Maybe there's some vines that I can climb up. On the inside?
Still here?
No, I don't want to be, alright. Nope.
Still here?
Didn't work. Can't jump over the edge. What am I doing?
That is quite a lamp. I'd rather like one of those myself.
Oh, I wonder if this can unlock upstairs as well. I didn't see this key until now. Oh, okay. Now we're cooking. Who's this crying person?
I'm not supposed to be in here.
I know. Where do you keep your valuables? It's pretty funny.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you locked in this room?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. An intriguing proposition. Go on.
An intriguing proposition.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for.
Oh.
Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
Do you think she cares about whether he gets the election or not? I'm gonna go with honest.
Withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate, you must think me quite mad. I've heard enough.
All right.
Get out of here at once.
Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
I might be able to find it in this room. Apparently not. Alright, well I mucked that one up. Should have said she was beautiful. Strike that one onto my record. Alright, well where does that leave us now? I mucked that up pretty bad, didn't I? Anything I can do on this one? No.
Oi! How did you get in there?
All
Ove,
weapons are to be
keeping an eye
tossed
on
into the
things,
chasm.
Horatius?
Magister, as always, priestess.
Alright, Julia. Give us
Oh, it's you.
the skinny.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me. I suppose.
Oh.
Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. It's very sad. She was such a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid. I was. And look where it got me. I can tell you, but it's a long story.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell us. Tell us the
I'd
long
been
version
here
too.
about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years.
30 years.
But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Damn.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss.
Oh, she's a piece of
"You
work.
missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be
Don't
right
worry,
back where
I'm gonna
I
get you out of
started.
there, Yulia.
Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, it is based on a Skyrim mod. Feels the sound as AI generated? I don't think so.
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am.
Ulpius.
Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
I'll get right on it. This time I actually have nothing to do, really. How do you think I get up there?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Confusing wee town. There could be some way up here. There we go, a ladder. I think we're on the path. Oh, you see that? Secret treasure. $250. Nice. Oh, you can zip line down, eh?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Actually, I really need to talk to Ulpius.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. 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 Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius.
Please.
Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
That last
And
option.
please, choose
Good
your
luck
words
with that. I'm out of here.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
That didn't
I
work.
can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Alright, well, that was interesting. Wonder if there are dialogue options that you can say to actually talk him down from that position, or first time you just have to let it happen. Been up here before, or I'm aware of at least. Locked doors, eh? Okay, it's not very helpful. What are we doing on the quests now? Figure out how to stop Ulpius from killing himself. It didn't work. She will guide you. Hey, 250 more bucks. Don't mind if I do. So I've already been through there, right? What are we doing now? More evidence. Can't do anything on any of this stuff at the moment. Suppose we could do this maybe.
Quite an impressive bow you have there, just like Diana's.
Who are
A
you?
new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Okay. What's your story?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from.
It's quite quiet, isn't
I
she?
suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember.
Most of them came out of a river, right?
Patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. You have? Then what is it? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first.
Alright. Do you know a way out of here?
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
It's starting to get like this, like a little gap in my blinds. Some sun's starting to come through. I'm going to move across a bit to avoid it.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend.
Oh, only the male citizens, eh?
Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Of course.
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters. Sure.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right
Oh,
away.
whoops. I don't know if I was supposed to do this. I wanted to talk to her a bit more before then, but what can you do? Don't want to do any thieving. So we explore of her residence. an anonymous friend to Octavia. May the Lord bless and keep you. I am sorry, I could not risk discussing this with you in person, but if I am right, then you are a believer like me. You may not be able to worship openly here, but know that you are not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there is a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theatre. Turn right at the first fork and again at the second. Behind the theatre. So we look upstairs. Maybe we should have a look at the theatre. Nothing upstairs. Except I could steal some cash. Alright, well, what have we got now? Three common threads. Where did that guy commit suicide? Oh shit. Is that him down there? Okay. Thought there might be something I could pick off his body or something, but it seemed to be, right? It's an old-fashioned hole in the floor. Scintilla to Sentius. Is there some scene where the election's being held that I'm unaware of?
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows. Oh, I see.
He's dead,
well,
isn't
it
he?
was worth a try, I suppose.
He's already dead.
Just Promise me you won't give up on her. Thank you. Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? I trust you can see yourself out.
Okay. Okay. Pressing circle to try to exit out of those menus, you know? That's just causing me to jump. Priestess. Well, I'm really lost now about what I'm supposed to be doing. Could just reset the day.
This place has become a thoroughfare.
By doing some crime and then running to the port or whatever.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
What's your story?
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. Very well. Ask then. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Of course. What is it? If you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox, you see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us and yourself. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the Golden Rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand? Excellent. So it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? If I did, I'd have let these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the Golden Rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
I better get back to it.
I'll be waiting here for news.
So, if I kill him, which is I think the first ending I got, I killed Sentius, and that's one ending. So I need to create a time paradox. A white flash. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. If you're, if you want to interact with some people and try and figure some stuff out. Reasonably good dialogue. With voice acting pretty solid. I don't know if it's strictly Roman themed. Yeah. I suppose like all the buildings, and I suppose it's kind of set like alternative Roman time. I prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule. Persuade Rufus to stop threatening. Find out why Livia... the priestess. I think is the priestess the one who's gone to run the election? I just really have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing now. It's the problem. Priestess in here? I don't know if I've come in here yet. Or is this the bathhouse? Well, that seemed to be a bit of a dead end, if I'm honest. She weeps where the water flows. Didn't I help out a priestess like the first time? It was like a man with an axe or something.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it? Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here. Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii?
5,000 denarii.
Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about. All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little assurance that I can trust you, that's all.
Well, the golden rule won't allow me to not deliver on my promises.
I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke?
I just swindle him for 5k.
I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me.
5k chat. Big money. Priestess. Where's he off to? This is where that guy comes to make that portal or whatever, right? How did he have 5k just to throw away on that as well, by the way? The guy must be boiling out of control. So I believe some notes said to take the path behind theatre, which was that the theatre I was just at? And then I think go right and then go right again. That's what it said. Bottle of wine. Don't mind if I do. Some arrows back there, but can I get to them? I can. A little bit of crouching, a little bit of mucking around. Go for a quick climb here.
Please leave. You're trespassing.
What?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, trespassing. Oh, well, I can't get out of here. I can't get out of here. Oh. Okay. Alright. Well, I kind of needed to reset the world anyway, so let's look on the bright side. I think I'm 5k richer now. So that's pretty good.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Alright, Galerius. Now, what am I doing? Figure out how to stop Ulpius from killing himself was the most important thing, I think. It's like I can't zipline across that way.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
What's
The
your story?
bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay
Damn,
closed.
open up that box, girl.
I'll say no more. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Well, she's a lot of fun. I wonder if we can go up there and talk to that guy and stop him from committing suicide this time. Try sneaking up on him. Shit.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me
Why not
earning my
just have a
keep
chat
by
to her? There's a guy
cleaning
on the
and
ledge over
pruning
there,
the
but
gardens.
whatever.
It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
God's plan.
Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue. if you like. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I
Your
appreciate.
secret's safe with me, girl.
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I even suggested it. I won't make that mistake again. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no.
See if we can talk him down this time, eh?
No. Wolf-Pierce, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Is this what Scintilla would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have
as it so
2,000
happens,
denarii to pay off both of our debts.
I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
Yes or no?
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we're both blessed. This
All right.
did not turn out how I
Stop
thought.
2 young people from
Thank you,
killing
friend.
themselves. Job well done.
I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Tell me about your relationship, buddy.
Ah. And there it is. All right. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right.
I
One
want the
night
long
a few months
version.
ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her, standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me, and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me.
I wonder if she got converted into gold.
Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Oh, I see. That was the only idea I had. I'll give it some more thought. Come and find me a little later. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Oh, that was the only idea I had.
Friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Good lad. Good thing I swindled that guy for 5k before I came up here, so I could pay off all those debts. I guess we could try doing that quest, right?
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm thankful that you're here. Can I help you with something?
No, that's all.
Ah, that's a shame. Another time, then.
So I chat to old Rufius, see if he's gonna stop harassing this Virgil lad.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about?
Yulia!
Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going
You imbecile!
Wait.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, so apparently threatening is also bad. Back through to repeat the day again. Eventually we'll figure out a way to stop that guy from getting harassed.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. But how did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him.
Nice, don't have to
I'll go, but
do all
once
that
I'm
stuff
done,
every single
I'll need
time.
you to
That's
tell me
nice
how
of them
you
to
know all of this.
save us much time. Don't have to do all that stuff manually every time you reset the game. Nice feature.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
Is she the tavern
and,
owner?
I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
What's a manticore?
Ixion turns.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig.
A lion with wings.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Okay, well that didn't work at all. My life has been tortuous as the 7 lavers of Hercules, orphaned, defeated, and enslaved. Yet I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow, is enough. Lion with wings, eh?
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Pluto, father of riches. Oh, this is how we knew she was Christian, right? Because we found her over here. I see. So that was the place I was supposed to find behind the theatre. That's good. Was that woman in here that started the election? Where was she?
Hello?
I've run into this guy before.
My name's Dooley.
Dooley.
I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liability.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago. Around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits.
What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady.
Oh, poor guy.
She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Maybe we can talk to this guy, see if he's gonna
Name's
not.
Lucius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're
Threatening
talking
Virgil.
about. Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true God says that for man to... well... There is only one true God. And he laid waste to Sodom and Gomorrah because of exactly this kind of thing. I am doing that. If I was about to get everyone else killed, I would want someone to stop me. I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again.
Well, decent.
Don't believe a word they tell you. Shalom, friend. Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to
these
Rome
guys
with my
about
family.
the stories to
Romanized
figure
my
out the
name and
third
spent most of my
thing.
life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim,
Third common
across the
factor.
Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts, and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I'm sure it'll all make sense if we ever get out of here. All right, friend.
That'll do.
Thanks for the chat.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity.
Better not
Just
be
like
playing
you.
this game for all of eternity.
Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
What a good lad this Galerius is.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
What a lad this guy is, you know? What do I have to talk to him about? Oh, he has to be...
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer.
See what he has to say.
Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men.
Yeah, I know, right?
My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle.
Jeez.
But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done.
They're savage.
Burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Alright. Said alright, and alright came up on the screen.
Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Me too. Goose eggs. Alright, what are we doing now? Dig up some dirt. Oh, I can go back to the villa and talk to Malleolus's wife.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
How was I getting in there? Then we're going upstairs and we're going to sweet talk his awful wife.
And now?
And then we'll have the goods on him. Oh, we're going to talk to her through the
I'm
door.
not supposed to be in here.
Classic.
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me? An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when Now, I confronted him. I let it, but... Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around.
Pleb head.
So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom.
I think I have
What
the
he
wine
doesn't tell
already.
you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get
Oh,
good and
shit.
merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware, and getting it won't be easy. So you'll help me? Thank you. Here's the letter.
Can't believe the whole thing is through the door. Whole dialogue. To beloved Claudia, for a time, Quintitius. Quintius. Blah, blah, blah.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quintius really is.
What?
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. What? No. You tricked me. You mendacious little stirkers. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
See ya.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink.
I'm alright.
May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
You got your wine. I got my stuff to bribe. Let's go have a wee chat to old Malleolus.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have... What? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll let Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Oh, I had 6,000 denarius before, and now I've only got 2,000. So every time so when I restarted and paid again, that money's gone. It's interesting.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election.
So we don't have to spend that 2k every time.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
That's good to know. Come on, I can't see him on the map. It's busy. Doesn't look very busy to me. Alright, well I don't know why I can't continue that quest. I can't. Got a word to old this lad.
Don't believe a word they tell you. Shalom.
Shalom.
Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. I wasn't, and I just, and then all I know, she'd never. So, my guess, but really, I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able to reach.
Here's the
First,
juicy stuff.
The palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Scintilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Already done the palace. We gotta go to the cisterns. Go chat to old Kutia.
A new face. Oh, larvae, and may Vesta watch over you. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this stranger by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Oh.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Oh. Oh, lie to the guy and get another 5k again? That's a good point. She's getting a hustle on, this lady. Equitia, she doesn't muck around. She's got a powerful stride rate. And that kind of footwear.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it. Only, I think I know who that stranger is. Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Alright, well that's a bit of a revelation. I didn't expect to be dead.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. so I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
Need my help, chat? You heard it here first.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Alright, don't call him Pluto.
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would
I
be
just
the
called him
boldest,
Pluto.
but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But
sounds
first,
good to me.
You'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as
here
though
we go.
somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Yeah, I know who Voldemort is.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery
plaque.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago.
Kabash.
But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. Perhaps Kabash, but I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
Spirit guide.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina
Oh,
herself.
damn.
If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Let me think on that. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper cistern. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, Time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Alright. This is a good place for me to stop, I think. Blowing the doors wide open, and I feel like I'm just feeling a bit sleepy now. Need a break, but made some pretty decent progress on this. It's pretty fun, but you know, there's a lot of storytelling, and it's kind of like, you know, once you've been watching a movie for like 2.5 hours, you kind of want to do something else, right? Similar story for this game, I feel. Let's take a couple minutes here to reorient myself after a week or so away from the game. Try to remember, I think I'm pretty close to getting another ending. Probably got to remember what I'm up to here. Hey, Fortunator. You a Forgotten City fan? Search the cisterns. So I need to get to the cisterns. Alright. Virgil's harassment. I tried to stop Rufus, but he's a tough nut to crack. Couldn't figure out the dialogue options to stop him from harassing him. Livia in the underworld. Was Livia that crazy old woman that is wandering around? Might be. Galerius elected magistrate. So Galerius is that bald dude, which I'm a big fan of. You might be able to tell. And then that can get Julie out. So if Malleolus drops out, Galerius will run. And then we can get Julie out, and then we can go to the cistern. Ask Sentius for the key to upper cistern. So what quest am I following at the moment? Try Pandora's box. I've already come down here, right? There's like some kind of star formations down here, but there's nothing for me to actually do quest-wise, from what I could remember. Hey, sunshine. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for my flashlight, not my anything else. And this is how I got to the Christian place. Oh my god, I nearly died from falling down that little spot.
Ixion turns.
Ouch.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best
here we go.
to remember the relevant verse.
Sealing.
There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Is that it? Need resolve Pandora's box. So we're in the underworld, basically. Greek plaque. Hey, 2 penny, by the way. Find the Greek plaque. Ask Georgius. When did Equitia suggest this stuff? This is my boy here, Galerius.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then.
Yes.
I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
That's it. Galerius, my boy. Worry about that later.
Alve.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
Yeah, we have.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, he gave me all I remember is he said, now no. Bye-bye.
So I guess we can't get that dialogue option with Julie yet.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well.
I don't think I've really talked to this guy yet.
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my
Fair
point
you
is
there,
this.
buddy.
If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
That's better for my cam. Alright.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
So now I have to ask Julie?
Hello? Hello? Have we met before? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just
Innit?
looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Well, If you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy.
I have to get him
you
out
could have it,
first.
and you'd be happy too. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like, Galerius? He's nice.
Damn.
I like Galerius.
Gotta get a
He
new
made me a
magistrate.
doll and everything. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Have we...
Don't you just
My
love
friend
springtime?
Hannibal, he said he would... Bye-bye.
Okay, so you can't go close to him without just auto-talking to him, basically. So, we need... to make Georgius Galerius the magistrate. Alright, let's track this one. To go to Aurelia. Is that the innkeeper or whatever? She doesn't like me very much.
Wow, isn't that a big long bow? Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder. Oh, do us all a favour and
Yeah,
drink
okay,
hemlock,
she's not going to
Caput
tell me
Murder.
about... yeah, I thought that was going to be a problem, and it is. Guess we go try ask Sentius for the key.
How'd you do?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand, I must... Is that about right? Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out?
May I have the key to the upper cistern?
I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
I think you're hiding something.
Our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you.
No, I'm going into the cistern.
I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now on. But in any case, was there something else? You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule-breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
No.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
So we need to get this lad elected. Is what we're doing now.
What now? I'm not going. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
So he's not interested in voting. Is the voting lady, she's in here somewhere? Thought the voting woman was in here. That's the shrine to the
Welcome.
Christian temple, right?
Feeling all right? That's a shame. Thanks.
Who's this?
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. Galerius, the farmer, he's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate.
He's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate. This is a tough nut to crack.
All right, friend. Thanks for the...
Maybe we have to talk to these people again.
Feeling all right?
She doesn't have any dialogue about Salve.
Salve again, my Sisyphean
Yeah,
friend.
salve.
And I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind? All right,
Nothing.
friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Me too. We just need to get a bunch of votes for our lad here, Galerius.
You look well, my sartorial friend. Hello again, my sartorial friend.
Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Good.
But of course,
I like this guy.
my story How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Some people say they're trying to like leave a pretty corpse behind.
Anything you like. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
So Georgius is going to vote for Galerius, so we're one down.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived.
Who are you going to vote for?
Cynthius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody... My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
So he's not going to change his vote.
Oh, shiny.
Are you going to vote for Galerius?
Salve and welcome. Need something?
Oh,
All
the
right.
woman can't vote,
Thanks
right?
again
Is that
for
the deal here?
taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
So I shouldn't really be talking to women about this at all, should I? All right. Guess we gotta chat to this Rufus guy. Is he in the Christian temple or whatever?
How'd you do?
I have nothing to say to you, kaput mada.
Okay, so I can't talk to him.
Don't you just love springtime?
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
It's always funny when you're talking to the side of their heads.
Well, I'll take your word for it. but perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here. Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii? Oh, that's a little excessive, don't
Let's
you
see if
think?
we can milk him
It's
for
not the
another
bow of
5k.
Ulysses we're talking about. All right, but I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little assurance that I can trust you, that's all. I suppose you're right. All right.
Another
you drive a
5k,
hard
buddy.
bargain,
Thank you.
but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me. Don't even talk to me.
Ouch.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Who's this?
What is it, citizen?
I don't think I've talked to this guy yet.
Not that it's any of your
Fortune
business.
smile on you, brother.
But my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally.
Liguria.
I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow. Of course.
Okay, I've got the register of incoming people now.
All right.
I have nothing to say to you, kaput Magda.
How are we going to get Galerius elected? Is what I'm asking.
Wow, isn't that a big long bow?
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day. Friend, you have given me hope.
That's all she's gonna say, is it? She will guide you.
Don't even talk to me.
Well, I seem to have burned quite a few bridges at the moment. Don't really know how I'm gonna get Galerius elected. He's got a few votes, but not enough to win the election, I don't think. Are there any lads down here I need to talk to? Oopsie daisy. Oh. $500. Sweet. Cashed up, lads. I think I got like 10K now. Don't see anything else down here. Don't think I've been down there. Is this where the cisterns are? Alright, we're up. Doesn't look like we can climb up there. Can't go down there. There is this thing here. Don't know what I'm supposed to be doing there, if I'm honest. What do you lads reckon? How am I going to get into the old cisterns, or how am I going to get Galerius?
Greetings and salutations.
elected? That's the big question.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
I'm definitely at a bit of a loose end at the moment. I don't really know what I'm doing. Where my next step is. How can I get Galerius elected? Big question.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? Certainly. It's a reasonable question.
Greetings
But the
and
problem is,
salutations.
this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. May Fortuna guide you, although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Alright, well that wasn't that useful. She weeps where the water flows. Oh, this
Shalom.
guy sucks.
I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. First, the palace. If Navy... I remember hearing that Dooley had been... All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Greetings and salutations.
Where is the cistern? That's a big question. Find a way into the upper cistern. Is this where it is? Looks like that's blocked by a rock. So that's not the upper cistern, I guess. Wonder where it is.
Salve, friend.
Oh, there she is. I good to see her.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life. Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We've all... I used to lay... I still don't... Please, there was... Oh, thank you. Ah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Women can't vote, so I was trying to talk to her about voting, but that's pointless. She cannot do it.
Salve.
Who said salve just then? I think I've already been in that palace, right? Is that how you wash your butt after you've taken a poo? Lovely. Well, I'm definitely at a bit of a dead end here. Have you guys got any ideas on how to progress? Okay, the election's on. Who's gonna win? Yeah, I imagine that's how it is, Sunshine. There's some way of getting into the cisterns with the arrows. But I don't even know where the cisterns are, really. Was it where I was trying to jump in around the water earlier? Boom. I'm rich.
Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your
Ooh,
decision.
I think I lost, right? 3-2.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, well, if Sentius wins the election, looks like we have to reset. Hey, Jean-Claude Van Ban. Time to give
Salve,
Galerius
friend.
all of our
Mind
tasks.
telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. What?
New
Are
one.
You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Alright. Well, we need to figure out how to stop this harassment, I think. Tried so
49
many
melodies fetch again.
dialogue options, but none of them have seemed to work. Oh, Rufius, eh? How are you gonna do this time?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
You the one
No
threatening
idea
Virgil?
what you're talking about? No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
Well, we haven't tried this.
Yeah, That's what I thought. Now get lost. Ah, you again. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. Whatever.
What the hell just happened over here? Where did all that noise come from?
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. My friend. And in my name thing, I am at but the plague and be. I hope that our
Stranger in the collapsing temple? Ah.
Welcome.
Makes sense.
You. No idea what. Yes. And why should I?
Gods of Rome don't care about homosexuality.
There is only one true God. I am doing that. If I was a... Smart. Now get lost. I have nothing to say to you.
Okay, so I can't figure out any voice lines that would turn Rufius around to get him to stop harassing Virgil. I feel like I've tried most of the dialogue options there now. Upper cistern. Where is the upper cistern?
It wasn't for lack of
Welcome.
trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
Maybe she'll talk to me now because we reset the day. Find something about the Egyptian plaque.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Oh, you're here. I'm so glad. And there's something. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I offered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
See ya. Ask Georgius about Kabash. Happy to do so. At least we're making a little bit of progress here.
Hello again, my sartorial friend. What?
Hey, Virgil.
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself.
Keep it, between us foreigners, you know.
Now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not?
It's bizarre.
When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing.
I'll be
Do
alright.
not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
What a nice guy. Concerned about my safety, you know? Oh, here we go. Bit of progress. Search the tons. I think there was a loading screen there. Alright, okay, this is good. We're making some progress finally. Only took the better part of an hour to do something. Ask the old man.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down?
Kind of looks like an old man Galerius, doesn't he?
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with someone astute.
All right.
I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
Oh, what do you guys reckon? I don't think there's anything as correct morality, right?
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Follow the laws and customs, right?
Ah, you know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other,
oh my God,
copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
Yeah, I think so. Within such a tribe, like, I don't agree with it, but if that's their custom, I guess I just have to go with it.
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, at least you would have the support of Herodotus.
Should I change my answer? Feels like the game wants me to change my answer.
Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress.
Oh, I'm slow, am I?
Slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? In every situation?
In most situations.
So, you're not entirely confident. That is quite sensible. Indeed, I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. to paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rule, but under the golden rule. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Should I just say yes for difference to try to get a different answer down here?
Let me guess. Is it yours?
Should I? We'll just go with yes.
Ah, so you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems that exist. All of them were wrong, except yours, which is always perfectly correct.
I'm just going to keep going with yes.
And you can follow that system in all situations, because there is only ever one possible interpretation. I honestly can't tell if you're seeking to frustrate me,
damn it,
or if you genuinely believe what you're saying. Good. Never discourage anyone who continues. Would you say? And to what extent? You sound confident, knowing that. That is quite sensible. I'm reminded. Better to know. It is because you see. So we. But under. So. So let me ask you this: is there one? How can that be? If there is a correct moral.
If there's a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow there can be only one can be correct? Well, I think moral code depends on the laws and customs, right?
Ah, you know, I think he told the story. Then he. I take. Then let me. Would you? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring
There we
the
go.
old man. I would be happy to
Navigated
answer your
this
questions.
conversation finally.
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter,
Kabash is hostile,
there are
eh?
certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Key to the catacombs.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
All right. Greek plaque. Going down to the catacombs. Alright, well, we're making progress at least. That's good. Oh. Oh, there seems to be a bit of a fork in the road here. Take some arrows. Egyptian board game. Locked door. See ya. Well, you can't shoot arrows at anybody that matters, I believe, right? They turn into... They, like, break the golden rule or whatever. So... only killing... objects, I guess you would call them, I don't know. I think I would break the golden rule shooting the old man. Alright, we got across. Go for a couple of hitties, eh? Egyptian statue. Yeah, but the gods, he might be hidden, but the gods know these down there, and the gods are the ones that are enforcing the golden rule.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess, another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek.
No, I'm not Greek or Roman.
I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Thank you.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name
Heard this
and
somewhere
replacing
before.
it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us.
Oh boy.
I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the inscription say?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here? I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld?
Do we have to go down and get that damn plaque now?
Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there. Most unwise. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there.
No, I'm not.
I see it in your eyes. I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
Got him. Dead end. Can't walk down there at all. Sumerians. Pressure plate for some kind of trap? Maybe I should not step on that then.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down.
If I lead him over one of these traps, that's not going to count against me, right?
You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not?
That's what I'm going to try.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
I'm going to confront him about the golden rule.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all.
Damn.
And you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That's annoying. I thought I'd be able to bait him over a trap, but as soon as I talked to him, he just started killing. How do I get out of here now? It's all black and white, it's really hard to see. This is where I came in from, right? How do I get out of here? Small tunnel back next to the grate? Okay. Small tunnel over here. Oh, here we go. Nice. Yeah, controller gaming.
Hide!
The good news is we've got the plaque now, so we've got 2 plaques, which should allow me to do some stuff, right? Should allow me to progress further into the story.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are? Oh. Yulia. Alright, let me... I'll go.
Alright. Galliolus or whatever. Figure out how to get... So what... I've got the Egyptian plaque and the mysterious plaque, but I don't have the Greek plaque, which is in the prison with Julie. So we need to figure out how to get Rufus to stop harassing whatever, and then maybe that's enough votes for
You, Sisyphus.
Gallius to win the election, or Galerius or whatever.
Name's Rufus. Better watch yourself. No idea what. Yes, so what? And why should I? Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he makes me uncomfortable. I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you.
Should I take it back?
Smart. Now get lost. We're done.
Shouldn't have taken it back.
I have nothing to say.
And he's not going to talk to me again, so we've burned that bridge yet again. Upper cistern.
No time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this silphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be alright. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more and we would have wasted.
Can't stay. Places to be.
Alright, he's up to no good. What are we doing now? How do we get into this upper cistern? That's the big question. Where are the cisterns? That's what I need to know.
What is it? What business is... A lot of people have been looking for her. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia Malleolus. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. Not that it's any of your business. All right.
What am I doing now? I need to go to the cisterns. Find a creative way to get to the cistern. Where is the cistern though in the first place is what I want to know. Doesn't seem like I can climb up there. Yeah, if any of you guys know where the cistern is, or like how to get into it with what I know at the moment,
lifts his dribble head.
that would probably be quite helpful. Below the Great Temple. So I think the Great Temple is if I go along here. And then it's up on this cliff, right? I think this is the Great Temple up here. Oh shit, I'm dead.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment...
I wonder if I've talked to Rufus yet or not.
I have nothing to say to you, kaput madder.
So I can't mulligan that. So that's the Great Temple up there.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Can't go any further along there. And this is locked. So I can't do anything in there. go any further out the back there. This is where I just came from. Outside Meliola's villa. It's down there.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted.
What was that? Cisterns are haunted and then he just walks away. Alright. See ya. Peeled statues, eh? Get my bow out for good measure. Alright, we're in the cisterns, lads. 250 schmackers. Ooh. Crushed to death. $200, that's it, eh? Okay, we're in the cistern. Now what are we doing? Can't seem to squeeze through there. That's where I just came from. Goldify that. Oof. Nice. Look at this.
Who are you? Did he send you? Thank you know you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up.
That sounds like a golden rule violation, doesn't it?
Until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father.
Sentius.
Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Oh my god.
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
Plot thickens.
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
I don't really care about anybody else that much. Galerius is alright. But can't we get Galerius to win the election and then get the key and then we don't have to kill anyone?
What? No. You can't just leave me here.
I'm not gonna leave you there.
How can you be so heartless?
Should we go with letting her go? Forget the others?
Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
I wonder if this is one of the 3 endings.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really, if you'd just done what you were supposed to. You'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories
He knows.
from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly.
Sharper than
But
that,
if
mate.
you've given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 6? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over
Must get
again,
really boring.
for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Of course, there's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Ho ho ho! Holy shit! Torched
The
him.
many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
go.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
That was me.
I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Yep.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Sit through the aqueduct. Was this an exit?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else is ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Okay. Definitely looks a lot different.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find out? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Sure.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like.
Charon.
I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned
5,000 years. She's looking good for 5k.
that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly.
I don't think I really want to know, if I'm honest. But should I say yes? Plastic surgery's come a long way. True. 5,000. Yeah, I mean, Company of Heroes. You know, a 1 hour long Code 2 game can feel like a year.
A wise decision. All you need to know is that you and Al died in possession of a sacred silver coin. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it.
Oh
Here,
boy.
take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
I'm ready. Ending 2 of 4. 4 endings. I thought there was only 3. I've done ending 1. And now I've done ending 2. Are we going to try go... I don't think I have it in me tonight, but are we going to try go for ending 3 or 4? Which I imagine will be to get Galerius elected.